Good afternoon. I'd like to ask the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you are on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Claudia, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Yes. Buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos. Los servicios de interpretación en español van a estar disponibles de una manera simultánea. Para tener acceso a este servicio, les vamos a pedir, por favor, que noten en la parte inferior de su pantalla, en medio de la pantalla, van a notar un símbolo de mundo o un globo terráqueo. Si pueden hacer un clic en ese icono, por favor, se les va a ofrecer la opción de elegir el inglés o el español. Favor de elegir el idioma de español. Inmediatamente ustedes pueden escuchar a las intérpretes interpretar esta junta de una manera simultánea. Ahora, si se encuentran en su celular, iPad o tableta, ustedes van a notar 3 puntos, ya sea en la parte superior o inferior de su pantalla a mano derecha. Abajo de esos 3 puntos, ustedes van a notar una palabra que dice más o more. Pueden hacer un clic en ella. Y de nuevo se les va a lanzar el globo terráqueo, otro clic, y favor de elegir el idioma de español. Ya que elijan el idioma de español, favor de poner done o terminar para que de esa manera puedan escuchar ya que se active el servicio. Muchísimas gracias, estamos a sus órdenes. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Welcome, everyone. The time is 2:30, and we'll call this meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember McDonald. Councilmember McDonald.
Oh,
Here. Councilmember Fleming.
here.
Councilmember Benuelos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Present.
Mayor Stepp.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. We will move on to item 3, our announcement of closed session items. We have 2 today. Item 3.1, an evaluation of performance for a public employee, and then item 3.2, conference with labor negotiators. With that, we'll recess into closed session. Oh, yes, as Mr. Okrepke reminded me, we do need to take public comment, but seeing none, we will now recess into closed session. Thank you, Jeff.
Test, test, test.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. We'll reconvene after closed session. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember MacDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Benuelos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Present.
Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 6 and do a report out on closed session. During closed session, the City Council adopted a motion with 6 affirmative votes, and with Councilmember Rogers absent, we had 1 councilmember absent. We will disclose the following information from closed session. The city manager has requested that the City Council freeze her salary and cost of living adjustments. I want to reiterate that portion of it, that this request is coming directly from the city manager in another show of the leadership to which we've become accustomed from her. She's requested they be frozen for the next 2 years as part of her broader commitment to financial responsibility. This is a temporary measure taken in the interest and understanding for this city's current economic outlook. The council instructed staff to prepare an item for the upcoming council meeting that would allow the council to consider approving the council manager's request. We want to thank the city manager for her leadership in this aspect. Otherwise, there is no additional reportable action from closed session this afternoon. We'll move on to item 8.1, our capital improvement program status update. Mr. Hennessy. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. As soon as I find the correct file, I will start going.
Mayor, while there are no reportable actions from the CIP update, if there are some changes that you all would like to see as we bring forth the budget, we can kind of take those in some of our one-on-one discussions so we can be prepared to move those forward in May.
Thank you.
Thank you again. I think the last time I was here was maybe in December for the last update when we were talking about priorities, and we maybe went over a few projects in particular about how those would be affected by that prioritization process. This afternoon's update is about really trying to shorten May's budget study session so that that can be explicitly about budget, and tonight I can answer questions about the status of any projects. For tonight, I've got a review of parks and their ongoing capital improvement program, water and transportation public works, and then a few specific city facilities that will be of interest to folks at the end. Specific to parks, there's a little over $56 million in current capital improvement funds for parks capital planning. More than $30 million of that is for projects that are currently in design, with the vast majority of that anticipated to be delivered next fiscal year. You can see here on this table, essentially those first 5 projects are all for delivery, and then the MLK neighborhood park renovation is for environmental review and clearance of that. So we expect to deliver all 5 of those projects beginning this coming fiscal year. I can specifically say that the South Davis and Kiwanis Springs projects there remain or need one additional approval, and then we'll put those out to bid. Similar for the Howarth and Galvin Park projects, we're very close to putting that out to bid. I've also included the Bennett Valley Golf Course irrigation pond on this slide. That just went through 75% design review, and again is on track to be bid later this summer. I know that's of interest to everybody, and we'll talk about that again a little bit later in more detail. One other project I wanted to highlight on this slide is the Roseland Creek Park. while the park design is ongoing, we will be building a path and a crossing to Roseland Creek Elementary School this coming summer. And we intend to have that open before school starts next year. So I know that's a key connection through that. If you've been by that park, you see the goat trails of people walking through it, but providing that connection to the school and a proper formal crossing, I think will be of great benefit to that area and particularly to the students at that school. There's another nearly $22 million for projects that are in planning and design, that bottom table. We are looking for ways to kind of rearrange the money based on the timing of specific projects and see if anything can be advanced more quickly. There's a certain amount of that money that is Measure M money, and looking for those 11 projects at the bottom there to see if any of those are solely funding constrained or if there are design and permitting questions that relate to those. But essentially we've done an audit of every dollar that the Parks Department has available to it to deliver capital projects. And you see all of those dollars on these two slides here and the tables. And so this provide an opportunity for review and suggestions for a budget study session or any questions back to me or to park staff about where those dollars are headed in the future and with anticipated delivery dates for each of those projects too.
Director Hennessy, before you go on, I want to draw your attention to the MLK Junior Neighborhood Park. You'll notice on the sheet it says $2 million remaining. What I have asked staff to do, most of the planning came from the community. What I've asked them to do is we need to make certain that we spend this infill infrastructure grant. We want to make certain that we're getting the funding out the door. So if we need to go back to the community and put this in phases, go ahead and pare it down a little bit to the amount of funding that we do have. And in the event we do get extra funding, maybe for the $2 million, we can put it in phases. So staff is prepared, and I've had this conversation with the Director Hennessy as well, to go ahead and get this funding out the door for phase 1.
Yeah, thank you for that, City Manager. Moving forward to the water CIP, while there's nearly $150 million in those accounts, almost $50 million of that is currently encumbered either through design or construction contracts. We have just over $100 million available, and more than $90 million of that is either for projects that are currently in design or are ready for design. I'm going to speak specifically to, that's across all three funding sources for water, and I'll speak specifically to those projects over the next couple slides. For sewer in particular, well, there's $44 million available. We have $32 million of that is anticipated for projects that are anticipated to be bid in the next fiscal year. So you'll also note that I've put in here on the table what the remaining need is for any of those projects. We are moving forward, kind of like with the discussion we just had about funding projects that are ready to go and moving fundings around for delivery. We have no remaining need identified right now based on our expectations for the majority of those projects. We have one that we've actually moved up. We think that we can get that done faster. And so that's why it's not programmed for full funding this year as of right now. But there is funding available to us and Santa Rosa Water to move that around if we need to and if we're able to deliver that as quickly as we think we can. There is remaining need for projects that are farther out, but we've started funding those for design permitting activities. Again, phasing those in over time while not committing full construction funds to any of those until those funds are necessary. Similar story for the water fund, a dozen projects anticipated for the remainder of this fiscal year and fiscal year 25-26. And that'll be more than $30 million worth of capital project delivery with no remaining need identified for any of those projects. Lastly, for out at the plant and supporting regional infrastructure, we have a half dozen projects that are ongoing or are anticipated to be let sometime in the next 12 months. Again, mostly fully funded, and there's contingencies available to fund those projects. I highlight those to note that across the three water funding sources, we have almost 30 projects that we anticipate to be bid in the next 12 to 15 months. totaling just over $100 million. So you see $150 million available. That's a lot. There's been a lot of backlog, but we've really focused the last 6 months or so on getting them to the point where they're deliverable. I expect to be able to do that. And so I expect some of these numbers in terms of the dollar amounts available to us to go down in the next 12 to 18 months as we begin delivering some of these improvements. And a lot of these water improvements, especially the ones out at the plant, community will never see. Some of the other ones are buried under asphalt in our lift stations or other kind of complementary auxiliary facilities that are vital to the water infrastructure. But again, the community will only notice if they don't work. Moving to transportation and public works, we have a number of projects ongoing in construction right now. More than $20 million of our funds are for projects that are currently in construction. Those include the Hearn interchange, Coffee Park and Fountain Grove paving project, the section of Sonoma Avenue from East Street to Bobby Lane, Santa Rosa Avenue, and preparatory work for the bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing where we moved a storm drain in the last couple months on the east side of the freeway where the landing spot will be. So all of that work is either ongoing or completed, but that accounts for nearly $19 million of the available funding. Of the $39 million that we have for projects that are in design, more than $27 million of that is for projects that we will be delivering by March of 2026. There are 3 traffic signals on here, a half dozen paving projects, a couple of, obviously the big one for everyone to take note of is the bicycle pedestrian overcrossing. The current status on that is that we are waiting 1 approval from Caltrans. We are waiting 1 approval from PG&E, at which point we can go to MTC and the California Transportation Commission and ask them to give us the money that they've promised us. So those are really the 4 steps, and then we will have a project that we can bid. Again, we're down to 4 steps. It's nice to have a short list, but there's still a lot of work to do. And we're working specifically with PG&E and Caltrans to get those approvals. Those are really the biggest hurdles. The rest is administrative and just kind of time sucks in terms of the schedule, but they need to happen. We, similarly for the others, we have moved funds around significantly so that we have no remaining need on any of these projects. Based on the engineers' estimates, we have completely funded every project. You'll see a number of projects on here that have been on capital improvement lists for the last several years. We're fully confident that all of these can move forward. We'll have a number of projects opening bids in the next couple weeks. We'll have a couple of more releasing bid opportunities in the next couple of weeks. And we've been sharing those opportunities and the anticipation of those opportunities with our contractor community. And they're increasingly excited about working with the city of Santa Rosa and making sure that they have capacity to deliver these for us. Before I close out, I wanted to highlight just a couple of projects of specific interest to this council. Again, I mentioned the Bennett Valley Golf Course earlier, but we're really excited to be able to follow through on that promise. The Hearn Community Hub, we talked in November, I believe, about issuing a award of contract. We have since awarded issued a notice to proceed for that design, the design portion of the design build to continue, and working with our contractor team at Swinnerton and their consulting team. Things are going well so far. I'm really confident about where the site layout is and where the fire station is. And then lastly, as of 2 hours ago, we closed a bid opportunity for the fleet garage and improved hoists for that this council helped fund a couple years ago. When I sit back down, I hope to have an email showing me the results of that bid opportunity. But just letting everyone know that that did come to fruition, and the 26 people in the fleet division are very excited about it, as are a number of their clients, and hoping for improved and more quicker service as a result of that improved facility. With that, that's, again, we'll be back in May to talk about the budget for fiscal year 25-26, but a preview is that we've funded most of the stuff that we're currently working on and anticipate delivering quite a bit through the rest of this fiscal year and into next.
Quietly, a very exciting report, Mr. Hennessy. Thank you. Turning to council, questions? Ms. Fleming?
I'm working on this cookie, so I was hoping to not have to go first, but I didn't see anybody else clamoring.
Want me to buy you time?
Yeah.
All right, let me buy you a little bit of time. Dan, you hinted at this in your report, but can you just, I know that a big point of emphasis for TPW has been to increase the momentum of getting projects out the door. And we're clearly making progress in that direction. Do you have a sense that we're going to be able to maintain this increased momentum, even enhance it in the years to come? What's your sense?
Yes, with one caveat. We have had increased sources of funding from federal recovery, from state recovery sources, and so the number of projects that we've had has been very high as a result of those recovery efforts. They've also dragged on a long time because of the complications from coordinating federal and state grant sources and maintaining the existing funds that we typically get through capital improvements or gas taxes and things like that on top of that load. So there will be that pressure on the recovery portion of this will be removed in the next 18 months or so as we complete some of those projects that are on this list. And so we'll be able to get to the kind of bread and butter stuff that I've been talking about for the last few months and be more attuned to pavement maintenance and making sure that the resources that we have, that we expect to have and are part of a typical delivery program actually are programmed annually and we can deliver improvements for the community. Long-winded answer to say yes.
Excellent. And related question. I think I heard you say that you have been in touch with contractors to determine whether they have the capacity to deal with some of our upcoming projects. Have we really had conversations asking firms whether they can keep up with the city in the months to come?
Yeah, I mean, maybe put that a little tongue-in-cheek. Some of what I've heard in the last 12 months or so is that contractors can be a little bit blindsided by our opportunities when they're not anticipating them. And I don't want a lack of bids because they weren't anticipating them. So I've been sharing a schedule not dissimilar from this one with them so that they can plan, they can spread it through the engineering contractors associations or the builders exchange or others. It changes, they know that, but at least they can have some anticipation of when different opportunities might be available to them.
Excellent. Once again, Ms. Fleming?
That's a great approach. I like that. I'm going to ask you probably predictably about the overcross, and it's hard to hear that it's Caltran and PG&E that are. Is it lost in their administrative? Not lost, but is it stuck in those places?
We've done a lot of work with Caltrans in the last few months to narrow the scope of this final review that we need, and I think we've gotten to a pretty good place with them, and I'm fairly optimistic about where we are with Caltrans. PG&E is a different story. It has been administrative hurdles and changing stories and uncertainty about exactly what level of agreement, what level of design review that they've had. Again, we inch closer every day, but if you asked me what we needed to do 2 months ago, it would be different than what I would tell you today because of what PG&E is requiring of us. So. Cautiously optimistic, but also very much paying attention to everything that happens on that front to know how the winds turn on any given day.
Okay, thank you.
Director Hennessy, I will add the PG&E contact has been elevated to the city manager's office. So we have made a call to meet with PG&E to talk about what we need to do to move the project forward.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to public comment. Mr. DeWitt? Oh, apologies. Mr. DeWitt, we did have one other question from council. Actually, we have two. Now they're popping up like wildflowers. Ms. Banuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question. Thank you for the presentation, Director Hennessy, and I really am excited that many of these projects are they're funded and they're going to go forward. I was just curious, I'd be remiss if I did not ask you about a TPW CIP on, I don't know what page this is, I apologize, the North Dutton Avenue Road Diet and Pedestrian Improvement. Just if you would talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, one of the North Dutton Avenue is on our high injury network, which indicates a history of severe injury or fatal collisions. It's also on our bicycle plan. And through our traffic engineering team, there is excess capacity for vehicles on that road north of 3rd Street. So one of the things we're considering is narrowing that section to make a protected bike connection, to improve the safety. There are a number of ways to do that. We have some funding set aside to do so. We have chased grants unsuccessfully so far. Again, we're struggling with the grant issue right now, especially in the safety realm, because our streets are safe or safer than a lot of our comparable agencies around, particularly around the Bay Area. But we want to be better. And so we're moving that forward. There are ways to do that that are essentially striping only and could be done essentially by our crews. We're also looking at some of the intersections north of there, such as at 9th Street, for alternative configurations that might allow us to better utilize that infrastructure. I think what's going to happen is some kind of phased approach to that will include some community engagement, and that's why we're pushing it forward right now as a project that we're confident will happen. What form it takes, I think we'll still have some discussion around it. So I'm happy to talk more about that, and we can talk more about that at the budget study session also, where that project will get some funding from, or is proposed to get funding for fiscal year 25-26. Thank you.
Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. One, I want to call out your color coordinated chart, so thank you. I appreciate that. It's not quite the red, yellow, green that I desire so much from CIP projects, but you're getting there. So I appreciate that very much. Some of my question goes around, I see that you have about a 5-year snapshot on these projects, and that there's funding that's in like our 5th year, and yet you have projects that we're supposed to complete in the next year that aren't quite funded. I'm not sure past that 5 years, do you have master plans or where money is being earmarked in those 5, 10, 15-year out year projects? And if we've considered reallocating some of those monies for any of the CIP projects, whether it's parks or TPW, and simply it's because of the increase of costs in construction that I'm very concerned about, and hearing that is going to go up about 25% more on some of the materials in the next year or so. So I have concerns, again, even on a 5-year plan where we have these out-year plans that we're never going to quite get to these projects because we're not pushing some of them through right now.
Yeah, this might dovetail with the mayor's question earlier about remaining need and timing the projects, but I think what we're intending to do is getting as much done now as we can within our ability to pay for it and to deliver it. And I think part of the situation that we find ourselves in is that we've half funded a lot of projects for a number of years, and so that ends up with us working on twice as many projects that have half as much funding instead of half as many projects with full funding, and it leads to staff constraints too. So I can speak specifically to Transportation and Public Works that yes, that is an issue. I know Santa Rosa Water is looking at it, and like the city manager said earlier, she's encouraged us to look at that for the Parks Department also and see if we can bump up some of those funds to deliver more while things are cheaper before we end up paying even more to deliver the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to public comment. Mr. DeWitt, thank you for your patience.
Wanted to say thank you to the city manager. This is truly one of the most astounding things I've ever heard in a Santa Rosa City Council meeting. I've been coming for 30 years, Ken Blackman, and nobody along the way ever did anything as magnanimous as that. So on this item specifically, it's wonderful to hear that the possibility of the Roseland Creek Park having its bikeway be put together next summer, if all goes well, and having it ready for the school year. Of other importance is also that the Burbank Avenue and Hearn Avenue traffic signal get moved forward as soon as possible. It's becoming very dangerous there. And in the past, I'd mentioned the idea of the speed limit indicator. There's one over at 909 Humboldt Street that just sits there on a tree, on a pole, excuse me, behind a tree, and you can't really see it. That could be helpful to us over on Hearn Avenue. The community hub and fire station, there's a number of people concerned about how that library is going to be financed. Will the city be putting forward a large portion of money to get that library built? And then last but not least, when doing the overcrossing on Highway 101, there may be financial problems in the future, fiscal constraints that we don't see because our economy may be going into recession. And the difficulties that lie ahead of us may require us to look at where we can save money. A number of people have pointed out you could save money by a different design of the bridge that would be used over 101. There are different types that are millions of dollars less expensive than that one that's being chosen now, which is more for an aesthetic situation than a functional approach. So we need to save money, obviously. It's great to see that you'll be spending money in the southwest area and in Santa Rosa's Roseland district. It's a wonderful thing all the way around. And once again, I just have to say thank you, City Manager, for doing this freeze for not just 1 year. It sounded like 2 full years. That's a stunning thing to have happen. Never before in the history of Santa Rosa City administrative policies has a administrator taken that type of lead, and I really think that's a wonderful thing. I don't know how you folks feel about it, but man, she ought to get one of those city proclamations you give out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dwayne. Would any of the members of the public like to speak? All right, bringing it back to council for any final comments. Vice Mayor?
Are there any eyes looking at South Street, which connects Dunn Avenue, West Avenue, by any chance, in regards to sidewalks?
Yeah, so as part of our active transportation plan, has been identified for sidewalks as being prioritized amongst a number of needs. You'll see that plan finalized, I believe in June. At one of your June meetings, you'll approve, or you'll have an opportunity to approve that plan. And then our active transportation team has funding to start addressing those issues. I'm going to be very clear and say that they far outweigh our resources to address them, but we will start, and so that's an opportunity for us to do that.
I appreciate that they're in the view. And if I can make a comment, it's really appreciated how staff is looking at how, and you said it earlier, how to fully fund half the project so the community sees that there are changes being made within the community who's gone so long without resources. So it goes without saying that those efforts are definitely being noticed, and we're very grateful for them. Thank you.
Agreed. And Dan, I'll just call back to a statement that you made where you pointed out that with some of the projects, wastewater infrastructure, et cetera, people might not notice those projects going on, but they will notice the economic multiplier effect of the city pushing $100 million plus out the door to get these projects going. This and in parks. Parks is a whole separate topic, but these projects make a difference economically, and a lot of them do get noticed. And especially when we're in an era where our budgets are going to be tight and there is not going to be motion in some other aspects of the city, to have these kinds of projects out there so that people can see what the city is doing to make life better in the community, they're invaluable. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move on to item 8.2, our community empowerment plan update. Ms. Horta?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Ana Horta, Community Engagement Manager with the Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office, and I will be presenting the Community Empowerment Plan update. On April 2nd, the Violence Prevention Partnership will be supporting a gang and drug presentation at Chopstein's Club, 509 Adams Street at 5:30 p.m. This event is presented by Santa Rosa Police Department and Santa Rosa City Schools and marks the 6th and final presentation of this series. On April 5th, the Santa Rosa Fire Department and the Santa Rosa Police Department are hosting Women in Public Safety Day at the Santa Rosa Fire Department Training Tower, 2126 West College Avenue from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This educational career expo will offer live demonstrations and networking opportunities to encourage more women and girls to enter the field of public safety. On April 7, Mayor Mark Staff and Vice Mayor Eddie Alvarez will be hosting the virtual community meeting via Zoom starting at 6 p.m. The meeting will follow a webinar format, allowing participants to type questions in their Q&A section. Questions can also be submitted in advance by emailing communityengagement@srcity.org. Community members can visit srcity.org/calendar to obtain more information about the meeting. On April 10th, the Violence Prevention Partnership will be participating at the Youth Employment and Opportunity Fair held at Juvenile Hall and providing employment resources to justice-involved youth incarcerated in the facility. On April 2nd, community members can join the Roseland Community Cleanup as part of the Every Piece Inspired Change program to beautify Sebastopol Avenue and protect Roseland Creek. The meeting point is at Lola's Market, parking lot 440 Dutton Avenue from 9 to 11 a.m. Trash pickers, trash bags, and gloves will be provided. For more information, community members can visit www.street2creeks.org. On April 26th, join the Santa Rosa Water Department for the Earth Day Festival at Old Courthouse Square, 50 Old Courthouse Square from noon to 4 p.m. This free, family-friendly, zero-waste festival brings the community together through fun activities, live performing arts, great food, and inspiring exhibits that raise environmental awareness. Additionally, the Clean Slate Tattoo Removal Program continues to accept new clients. Community members interested in no-cost removal of their visible gang hate or trafficking-related tattoos should email Santa Rosa Partnership at srcity.org or call 707-543-4886. Finally, I would like to mention the Neighbor to Neighbor program and our new AmeriCorps members, Quetzali Topete and Emily. This program is a partnership between AmeriCorps and the City of Santa Rosa to conduct community engagement at the neighborhood level with the goal of creating connections, building collaboration, and fostering civic engagement. Quetzali and Emily are fundamental to the implementation of the program, and you will be seeing them out there in the community. And that concludes the Community Empowerment Plan update for April. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Questions from council? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Anna. Could you clarify the address for the Roseland cleanup? Did you say Sebastopol Avenue or Sebastopol Road?
Oh, it's going to be on Sebastopol Road, but the meeting point is Lola's Market parking lot, 440 Dutton Avenue.
Okay, on Dutton Avenue.
That's where they're going to be meeting.
Okay, but ultimately it will be Sebastopol Avenue for the Roseland Creek.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Other questions from council? We'll open it up for public comment. Mr. DeWitt?
Yes, thank you. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and I'm glad to hear of the activities that are occurring, especially the April 7th virtual Zoom with the mayor and vice mayor. There's a concern, though, from people over in Roseland, a lot of whom don't use the internet. A lot of people are older and they still read paper, and actually would hope that perhaps there's an opportunity they could be there in person. They could somehow come to where you folks are being online and participate that way. It's really great to hear about the Streets to Creek effort that's occurring for the Roseland cleanup. I was uncertain of the actual timing and the meeting places. On the 19th of April, which is a Saturday at 10 in the morning, many Roseland residents are gathering at Roseland Creek Park for what they call their Earth Day effort. And I'm hoping that there's a way that we can talk more with the Streets to Creeks people. Haven't heard much from them. The information I was just giving now from what we've heard here, that we're going to meet at Lola's parking lot on Sebastopol Road. At what date and time, I'd like to find out. And then Roseland Creek was mentioned, so where are they going on the creek? It runs from Sebastopol Road out to, well, all the way to Laguna de Santa Rosa. So just to get some clarifications, please. Thank you once again for all the work that they're undertaking.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Any other members of the public who wish to speak? Then we'll bring it back to council, and I'll begin with just a quick point of information. The Vice Mayor and I did hold a town hall, which was the first in a series, on January 27th. This is the second iteration of the series. We're expecting to hold a couple of others. We want to have a mix of both in-person and virtual, just because people find it easier to access using different methods. So we'll always be doing a mix. And we do hope that we get a good turnout on April 7th. It was a robust conversation the first time around. Looking at council for any final comments? All right, well, I'll just note that our community engagement team has a full agenda every time they come to council. You have a very busy crew, and it gets noticed by the community. Thank you so much for all your work. We'll move on to item 9, our city managers and city attorneys reports. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of council. I have no update this evening.
Our assistant city manager, anything from you? Or city attorney, rather, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I have no reports this evening.
Thank you both. We'll move on to item 10, statements of abstention or recusal by council members. Are there any statements of abstention or recusal this evening? Mr. Krupke?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to abstain from item 12.1 because I was not at that meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11, mayors and council members' reports. Are there any reports this evening? Ms. Banuelos?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a really quick report. I attended the West End Neighborhood Association meeting last week, and I just wanted to thank staff for coming. I did not ask them to come. I think it was at the request of the association. And it was parking staff as well as Rec and Park. And it was wonderful for them to come because many neighbors in the West End are really concerned about parking right now with all the building that has been done, which is excellent, but now many of the residents don't have a place to park. So they were trying to answer their questions and address some of the issues that they were raising, and then some of the changes with Rec and Park, especially with going forward, being able to, for example, rent out the DeMeo round barn, round barn, things of that nature. So it was really, and also Santa Rosa Police were also there. So it was a really good meeting, and I just wanted to thank staff again for coming out because I think the residents really, really appreciated it. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of things to report out on tonight. One, I just want to say congratulations to all of the city staff that received continuing service awards for either being here for 5 years, 10 years, to mark their what do I want to say? Well, you know what I mean. They're getting an award for sticking with us for so long. So thank you to all of them who received an award. I was honored to be part of that evening along with several of my other council members. And then I just have a quick report out on 11.1.7 for zero waste. Would you like me to do that now?
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do want to say thank you to Sean Carra, who is a zero waste representative for the city of Santa Rosa, who provides me with excellent notes. I would not be nearly as good at this representation if it was not for her. So a couple of things. We had a presentation on zero waste for the work plan programs progress report. Some of the highlights included that 6 solar panel recycling collection events were held throughout Sonoma County, and 453 were collected. 415 were recycled and 38 were reused. A total of 50,000, a little over 50,000 pounds of e-waste was collected in Santa Rosa through the e-waste collection events. Over 1 million pounds of home hazardous waste was collected in Sonoma County, and Santa Rosa had 13 different events with over 1,000 participants. We had 455 mattresses collected for recycling throughout Sonoma County, and Zero Waste stated that they'd be happy to give presentations regarding their events and programs to groups such as City Council or nonprofits or other interested parties. And I'm not sure if that includes going to schools to do presentations as well, but I can talk to them about that. So if there are any other questions, please let me know. I will get the answers from Sean, but that concludes my report for this month.
Thank you. Mr. Okrepke?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I have to report for this month was I took a vacation with my family to Mexico, to the state of Chihuahua, and in true elected fashion, cannot escape government. As a matter of fact, the person that picked me up from the airport was the economic development director of the city of Delicias in Mexico, and he proceeded to give us a tour of the state congress, the City Hall of the city of Chihuahua, and then we spent time in Delicias with the mayor, who's a personal friend of mine, and discussed everything from water to agriculture, a lot of cattle, pecans, and now wine grapes in that area, and further discuss any partnerships we may have, which has sort of driven me to look to undertake a more direct approach to our sister cities initiatives, and maybe formalize them a little bit more going forward, and seeing what we can do, whether that be student exchanges or anything else like that.
Thank you. Ms. Fleming?
I love that report. That's great. I love when you go to another city and you find the city hall and you look at what makes each place tick. It's so fun. And I love the idea of stronger sister cities. But my life has not been as exciting as Mr. Okrepke's in the last couple of weeks. I did want to touch a little bit on what Councilmember McDonald mentioned about the the service awards. We have merit awards and we have service awards. And, you know, from my perspective, they're both really important. The thing that really stuck out to me about the service awards, which, you know, we get to put different employees on the hot seat who've served for 20 years. They get a speech by their director. Some of you are in this room looking down at your laptops. The point is that that our employees are the we people, the people who show up and take care of this city and take care of our community with a true passion that is not really in line with being pulled out and having the spotlight shown upon them. They're people who do the work because that's where their hearts are, and that just showed through so clearly. And it was really touching to me to see not just how dedicated you all are, but also how much your coworkers and your directors notice and benefit from that, and how that just flows out to the city. And I was just really touched by it, and I wanted to note that. I wasn't here last week or 2 weeks ago. It was because I was in Sacramento lobbying for MTC. I know we may feel a little isolated from the impending crash or fiscal cliff, rather, that is coming for our Bay Area transit system, but we're really not all that isolated. And so we were working on trying to shore up support for SB 63, which will not be on our ballots here, but I think is important to call our attention to how interconnected we are, and that if BART and Caltrans do fail, we will feel the economic reverberations here in the North Bay, and that if you know people who live in the southern counties, in the southern 5 counties of the Bay Area, that to share your support for keeping our systems going and understanding how being regional, it really matters to our local economy here. Always excited to talk about that offline. And then in another MTC moment, I'm really pleased to announce that I was named the chair of the Programming and Allocations Committee, which has a lot of influence over programming and allocations. So I look forward to working with you on getting your projects through MTC and being of service to you in that way. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually don't remember. My laptop's down, so you have to excuse me if I do not know the dates that these events happened or are about to happen. But we did receive the mayor, vice mayor, and council members from Tancicuaro, Michoacan, Mexico, who came to visit us with the intent of sharing culture, ideas, and wanting to become our sister city. And I have to tell you, I was pleasantly surprised at the level of both the speaking and understanding level of our mayor. I was very impressed, as I thought I was going to have to interpret, but yet he was holding his own. So congratulations, sir. Absolutely.
No less for Dad.
But nonetheless, it was a great exchange of ideas and wants, and the shared vision of what we want to see in our city, which is first, safety, and secondly, economic growth. And we're seeing how we can collaborate with each other in doing so. And secondly, I visited the Child's Museum here in Santa Rosa off of West Hill Lane, and I had a lot of fun, whether it's the big building blocks, the oversized building blocks. But I want to let you know that they're about to have a fundraising campaign effort, and I'm hoping that you keep your eyes and ears open for that, as they serve a multitude of children all the way from Mendocino County to San Jose or Santa Clara County. So that's my report for now.
Thank you. And on the subject of hosting international visitors, I'll mention only that we did host a representative from the Japanese consulate's office in San Francisco. The vice consul came to discuss matters pertaining to the city, and also take a photo with our Kanai Nagasawa statue back here, which is attracting a lot of visitors lately, actually. And with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember McDonald for one final announcement, I believe, regarding item 12.1.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize for that. I'll be abstaining from the minutes of February 25th, as I was not at that meeting.
Thank you. And now we'll open it up for public comment on item 11. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 11.2, the Sonoma County Mayors and Council Members Association appointments. And with that, I'm going to bring it back to Councilmember McDonald for a possible motion or discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Would you like me to do a motion at a time, or what is the will of the council? So I'll start with Measure H, Oversight Committee. I'll put a motion on the floor. I'd like to nominate or move that we, I apologize. I'd like to move that we appoint Jeff Okrepke from Santa Rosa and Sandra Lowe from Sonoma.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second by the Vice Mayor. Madam City Clerk?
Did you open it up for public comment?
Oh, of course. Apologies. And any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we can bring that. All right, I'll bring it to council for discussion first before we go to a vote. Any thoughts on this item, or this particular nomination? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, would you call the vote?
Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this motion passes with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Rogers absent.
Thank you. Moving on to the second nomination of the evening.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that we appoint Susan Harvey from Cotati and Janice Cater Thompson from Petaluma for these seats to the North Bay Division LOCC.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and again a second by the Vice Mayor. Any comments from the public? All right, bringing it back to council for discussion. Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Yes, Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Rogers absent.
Thank you. And for our third nomination of the evening?
Thank you, Mayor. For the Sonoma County Agriculture and Preservation Open Space District Citizens Advisory Committee, I'd like to recommend that we appoint John Shribs of Petaluma and Karen Now of Petaluma.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second by Ms. Fleming. Looking to the public to see if there are any members of the public who wish to comment. Seeing none, bringing it back to council for discussion. Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, can you please call it?
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Rogers absent.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 12, 12.1 and 12.2. We have 2 members abstaining from item 12.1.
Through the mayor, with respect, Mayor Stapp, there was an additional action to be heard for council to authorize the mayor or their designated representative to vote on any late nominations or recommendations at the board meeting.
Oh yes, I skipped right over that. All right, back to Councilmember McDonald.
Sure. I'd like to make a recommendation that we allow the mayor or their designee to represent us and give them the authority to vote on late nominations or recommendations that come forward to the association board meetings.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Looking to the public for any comment. Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Rogers absent.
Thank you. All right, now we can move on to item 12, approval of minutes. So 2 members are abstaining from item 12.1. Do any other members have any edits or adjustments they'd like to make to either the February 25th, 2025 minutes or the March 4th, 2025 minutes? Seeing none, we can approve them as they stand. We need to call for public comment first. Any public comment on this item? We're racing right through. All right, seeing no public comment, we can adopt the minutes as submitted. Moving on then to item 13, consent. Madam City Clerk?
Respectfully, Mayor, did you call item 12.2 March 4th, 2025 regular City Council meeting minutes?
Oh, I read it out quickly. Should I read both of those items again?
Just 12.2.
12.2, March 4th, 2025, the regular meeting minutes. We can approve both as submitted.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And with that, we can move on to item 13, consent. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 13.1, resolution approval of 2025 update to Santa Rosa City Bus Title VI program. Item 13.2, resolution grant application to the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services for $250,000 under the state and local cybersecurity grant program. Item 13.3, resolution acceptance and appropriation of grant funds from the City and County of San Francisco for the fiscal year 2024 Urban Areas Security Initiative Grant Program funds. Item 13.4, resolution ratification of blanket purchase orders 149478 and 171685 and approval of a 5-year extension of blanket purchase order 171685 with increase in compensation for records management services. Item 13.5, resolution approval of second amendment to blanket purchase order 168969 to extend the term and increase compensation with Superior Supplies. Item 13.6, resolution approval of second amendment to blanket purchase order 172139 to increase compensation with Creams Towing Incorporated. Item 13.7, resolution extension of proclamation of local homeless emergency. Item 13.8, ordinance adoption, second reading, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa to designate fire hazard severity zones and amend section 18-44.4907.1 of Chapter 18-44 of the Santa Rosa City Code to include the newly designated high zone reference.
Thank you. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, let's open it up to public comment. Mr. DeWitt.
Roseland, on 13.1, it's very important to abide by what was once called the Civil Rights Act. The Title VI program is very important. As a person that rides the bus often, I would hope that you could do something with today's agenda where you will help at the transit mall. The site for the people who ride out to Roseland on buses 2, 2B, and 12 are not protected from the rain. When they did the repairs over at the transit mall, they didn't put any type of an awning to protect the seats from that area from the rain. So today you're getting $39,000 from San Francisco, and it's not it's not allocated yet. It says here that the funds will go into a project key to be established by the chief financial officer. How about you put that $39,000 into putting up a rain awning, a protection for the bus riders for Roseland that go out there and now have to stand in the rain and wait for the bus, whereas everyone else at the transit mall doesn't have to. Then on the matter of the homeless, the proclamation being extended. It's very nice that we're doing that. There's still homeless people sleeping under the overpasses. Here we've invested all kinds of money to try to help Catholic Charities with the Caritas project and got lots of things going on. And yet, yesterday, during the rain, there were people out there under the overpass on 9th Street and 6th Street during the night, sleeping outside, or trying to sleep perhaps. Very difficult situation, and I'm hoping that we can find a way to resolve it so that everyone, especially those using wheelchairs, those who are disabled, can get in out of the weather. We may have a longer wet spring. And then last but not least, it's great that you're doing these fire hazard severity zones. It's really important that we have them. People had mentioned years ago when the Fountain Grove overpass, when the Fountain Grove bypass was being put together, that was through a high fire area, or the Hanley fire had been in 1964. It's really important that we keep the history of where our fires have been, and we make a point of knowing where there might be even further hazards. An example is over at the Roseland Creek Park. It backs up to people's yards. It has a lot of underbrush. It has campers, transient vagrants that come in there and start fires. And we basically have had to call the fire department numerous times for them to come in and take care of fires there. That is some sort of a zone that should be looked at also. It's not in your current situation, but these are where those fires could spread to those homes. And then the city would be responsible through vicarious liability. You know this dangerous area, and if people's homes catch on fire, they're going to come back and look at you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Would any other members of the public like to speak? Seeing none, bringing it back to Vice Mayor Alvarez for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move items 13.1 through 13.8 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Mr. Okrepke. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stepp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 6 affirmative votes, with Councilmember Rogers absent.
Thank you very much. And we are very close to being on time here. We're going to move on to item 14, our public comment on non-agenda matters. This is for public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on any matters not currently listed on the agenda? Mr. DeWitt.
From Roseland, I wanted to invite you and everybody else here to Roseland's Earth Day efforts, which are on Saturday, the 19th of April at 10 in the morning at the Roseland Creek. We call it the Neighborhood. The city has an official name of a park, The folks out there have been doing this for decades, and we're so glad that for the last 2 years we've had the city's mayor and our council member Eddie Alvarez come out there. We're hoping also last year Mr. Stapp and Ms. McDonald were there too to visit for a short time. We're hoping that you folks will come on out there and see what we're up to again. There's good things that are happening. It's one of these situations where we have to never say die and just keep trying. We know it's a difficult time financially. We know you might not be able to do as much as we would like, but the people in the community know when you're paying attention and things will get better. We're actually working up a bit of a team effort to do some pruning and limbing of the underbrush and the things that are next to the street on Burbank Avenue so that there'll be avenue of sight, I was told by a planner. So they'll be able to look right in there from the school across the street and see if any of those transient vagrants are camping in there where they want to walk through, because many of the children are frightened by that stuff. We are doing our best to try to keep it as nice as possible, and we do believe we can make it even better. We'll bring a flyer to you folks in the future so you'll be able to remember the exact time of 10 in the morning, Saturday, the 19th of April, for Roseland Earth Day. We do Earth Day Nature's Way. We go out and get in nature and do good stuff. And the city manager was out there doing that with us in the past also. And it was wonderful. Her and former Mayor Rogers wanted to see more of the problems, but there's poison oak out there, and they didn't want to walk into the poison oak area where the transient vagrants go because they know people won't walk in there. So we got to figure it out so they can see what's going on. Last but not least, less than a week ago, the city, along with 2 officers from the police department, Officer Klein and Officer Larone, had a team from the probation department out there who helped to clean up the area and pulled out a couple of debris boxes full of just trash. I mean, it's amazing what gets put out there by people who come passing through. So we thank the city many times over, and we hope you'll be there because we're going to keep on keeping on. And then we'll be there for your Earth Day event on the 26th. Thank you so much from Roseland.
Dwayne, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak on items not listed on the agenda? With that, then, we're going to go to item, let's see, it's item 15.1. It's the first item of a busy night for Ms. Burke. Come on down. This will be a report on the summary of and response to written objections received pursuant to State Bill AB 2257, requiring would-be challengers to exhaust administrative remedies with respect to proposed water and wastewater rates for fiscal years beginning July 1st, 2025 through 2029 by timely filing written objections prior to initiating litigation challenging proposed water and wastewater rates. Welcome.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Stapp and members of the council. My name is Jennifer Burke. I'm the director of the water department. And as the mayor noted, we are here to discuss this item related to our proposed water and wastewater rates. I'm joined today by our interim Assistant City Attorney, Dustin Cooper. He's been helping the water department for the last few months and has been our main attorney through this process. I'm actually going to turn it over to Dustin. He's going to remind the council about the new legislation that was approved earlier this year, AB 2257, that the council directed us to include in our Prop 218 notice. And he's going to walk you through that as well as the objections and our written response. Dustin?
Next slide. Good afternoon. Just a reminder, I was before you in January where we discussed this, so this will be a reminder of an optional process that the council agreed to implement. Over the last 5 to 7 years or so, there's been a significant uptick in litigation challenging cities and public agencies regarding their rate setting processes. And in response, the legislature has done a couple things, one of which is AB 2257 that allows agencies such as the city to implement an exhaustion of administrative remedies requirement. We included that in our notices that went out to the public on January 15th. There was an interim deadline of March 5th for folks to provide a written objection. And failure to provide a written objection means that those parties cannot file suit challenging the rate change. Let me, before I go further, take a step back and maybe provide some further context. This is a quite narrow item that is before the council. This is just responding to the 10 objections that we received. Later on in the agenda, we will have the protest hearing where any interested member of the public will have opportunity to comment and provide an objection, or excuse me, a protest to the proposed rate changes. Next slide. So our task tonight for you as the City Council is to respond in writing to each of those 10 timely submitted objections. We have to explain our rationale as to why we're retaining or altering the proposed fee. In our case, we are recommending that we retain our proposed fee. And then lastly, we present written responses to the City Council for consideration prior to the protest hearing. That's why it was important that we're having this item before we conduct the protest hearing. You have 4 options in responding to written objections. We can clarify our proposed rate change. We can reduce the proposed rate change. We can table the item for further consideration at a future meeting, or we can proceed to the protest hearing. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we received 10 timely written objections. You have a resolution before you, and the structure of the resolution is such where those 10 objections are included in Exhibit A to the resolution before you. They have been redacted, so it removes the first name, address, signature, and so on, but the content of the objection is still there. And then Exhibit B is our recommended responses to each objection. Most of the objections that we received raise policy arguments. You know, folks just saying, I don't want to see this proposed increase go through. They did not articulate a specific legal basis for rejecting or modifying the proposed rate change. A few of the objections do raise legal arguments, and we responded. In some cases, we clarified without making any proposed amendments to the rate change, and in other cases, it just gave us an opportunity to provide a more comprehensive response. As to all 10 objections, we are recommending that you proceed to the protest hearing, which will occur later tonight. And that is our recommendation, that you adopt the resolution, respond to the 10 timely received objections, conclude that the objections do not result in any amendments to the proposed rates, and then proceed to the 218 hearing.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council for questions. Just one to make sure I understood clearly. So we're going to be going through this rather narrow legal item right now. Immediately after this, we're going to go to the full public hearing on the water and wastewater rates. I know that we have some people here in chambers who are interested in making comment tonight. Did I understand correctly that the public comment on this particular item is best focused on these very narrow range of legal issues that you highlighted in your slides? And for those who are interested in commenting more broadly on whether the policy is wise or giving thoughts on the policy, those comments might be better saved for item 16.1, which we'll get to immediately following this one. Did I understand that correctly?
That's absolutely correct.
All right, thank you. If there are no other questions from council, let's open it up to public comment. Mr. DeWitt.
Well, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Legal counsel for the city has recommended to me that I mention I've been appointed to the Board of Public Utilities by Mr. Eddie Alvarez, who kindly thought of me being on that board. My comments tonight in no way, shape, or form reflect anything that the city has as a policy. They're just my private views, having discussed matters such as this with people in the community for 3 decades. This is a very narrow situation tonight where you needed to have specific legal citations or arguments. Now, as I stand here tonight, there's nothing here for me to see on this table about this item in any way, shape, or form as a member of the public. There's no examples of the 10 protests that were turned in, and there are no examples of the responses that the city has to the 10 items. In the past, the city used to have a binder here. When you came to this meeting, you got to see what was happening, and there was all of the items in each number there for us to see in the binder, to understand what was happening, for the public to know what's being talked about exactly. A typical member of the community who's not an attorney will not know where to find legal citations or arguments to bolster their opinion that what's occurring is basically a loss of rights for the public members. You see this as narrowing the situation to what are called exhausting administrative remedies. Ratepayers and members of the public see this as like, well, they're making it even harder to try to participate in the discussion as to why we have to keep increasing our water rates even as we do better water conservation. Most of the folks I know do everything they can to save more water, especially the farmers and the rural folks in Santa Rosa city limits. And yet, water rates always go up, 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 up. Over in Roseland, people are on wells, a lot of them, and they're glad to avoid the use of Santa Rosa city water. My concerns tonight are that you should be providing to the public the actual examples of what's being referenced here as this decision is being made by you. No member of the public can see it here. It's just, to me, not fair. And I do believe you can make things more fair by your stipulations to make these items available to the public to be able to see them before you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Would any other members of the public like to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to Mr. Okrepke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move to adopt a resolution entitled Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa responding to timely filed written objections to the proposed increases in water and wastewater rates pursuant to the requirements of State Assembly Bill 2257.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. Fleming. Madam City Clerk, we can call the vote whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Rogers absent.
Thank you. All right, now to stay on topic and to save our water team some steps, we're gonna cut over to item 16.1, which will be our public hearing on the consideration of the 2024 water and wastewater cost of service study, adoption of the proposed fiscal year 25-26 through fiscal year 2029-2030 rate schedule, and amendments to Santa Rosa City Code Title 14, potable and recycled water. And thank you. And I neglected to thank both of you for your presentation on the previous item. Thank you again. But the floor is still yours.
Thank you, Mayor Stapp and members of the council. And again, my name is Jennifer Burke. I'm the director of the Santa Rosa Water Department. I have again with me Dustin Cooper, our interim assistant city attorney, who's helping us with the rate study and rate adoption. And then we also have Mark Hildebrand here with Hildebrand Consulting, who is our rate consultant that we have in place. Between the three of us, we're all going to be doing parts of this presentation this evening. We also have other members of staff in the audience in case there's any specific questions we can't answer. So with that, We are going to go through tonight a quick reminder of the objectives, pardon me, the objectives and general rate setting. We are also going to go through our rate recommendations, and then we will talk a little bit about CIP delivery, value of water campaign, and how we've been providing information, Prop 218 procedures, and then we will have a recommendation and open the protest hearing. I do know that, Mayor, I believe you have this recommendation to remind the public, but I also wanted to remind the public on the outset. Now is the time between now and when the public hearing closes. If anyone wants to submit an additional protest, they can do so and need to do so in writing, and there are forms available up at the table here tonight. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark, and he's going to go through some of these slides.
Great, thank you, Director Burke, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me again this evening. I'll go over this presentation, which I have presented to council previously, so I'll keep it brief. When we do a rate study for water and sewer, we do start with certain objectives, and we have a list here of the objectives that we had at the outset. You will notice that legal compliance is at the top of the list, because one of the most important parts of my job is to make sure that the rates that are being proposed are compliant with Proposition 218 and the California Constitution, and I can validate that. We also want to make sure that we protect both utilities, the water and wastewater utilities, that they're financially stable and that you have sufficient revenue, while minimizing rate increases to your customers, making sure that your customers understand the rates that they're paying, and keeping the rates as affordable as possible. Next slide. When we do a rate study, there's 3 general steps that we cover. The first is we call revenue requirements. You could also think of this as a financial plan, where we evaluate all of the existing revenue and the forecasted expenses over the next 10 years, and we develop a financial plan for how much rate revenue needs to be adjusted and whether debt needs to be issued, those types of kind of larger picture decisions. Once we understand how much rate revenue needs to be generated, we do what's called a cost of service analysis and rate design, which is the portion of the study where we make sure that everybody is paying an equitable portion of the rates, that everybody is paying relative to the cost that they're imposing on the system, and that we're being equitable in how we charge rates. So jumping into the recommendations, our first slide here is a summary of the recommendations and the overall rate revenue increases that are being proposed over the next 5 years. In the first column, you see that the water rates, the overall rate revenue, is proposed to increase by 6% over the next 3 years, and then 7% for 2 years. For wastewater, it's 5% per year for 5 years. And in the last column, we have just an example of what a typical single-family utility bill would, how it would be impacted between both the water and the wastewater rate adjustments. So you can see it's sort of the midpoint between 6 and 5%, but not exactly, because it's a weighted average. Here's a picture. It's got a lot of information on it. This is the final recommendation and financial forecast for the water utility. The top graph is comparing revenues versus expenses. The green area graph in the background represents revenue, and the blue columns in the foreground represents expenses. And any year where you see the columns are higher than the background, that's a deficit year where you're drawing down on reserves. But generally speaking, you can see that the columns and the background green are at the same level, and so that's a year where the budget's balanced. We are drawing down a bit on reserves over the next 10 years. You can see in the line graph in the middle, the blue line is dropping a bit from about $30 million down to a bit lower. We lost the image. But we are, despite the rate increases, the reserves will get drawn down to some degree because of a pretty intensive effort to increase capital spending, and I'll show you those numbers here in a moment. I think we can see that. On the bottom row there, you see capital appropriations currently are about $9.5 million, and you can see by 2035, those capital appropriations are growing to $34 million. So that is one of the city's initiatives, is to increase capital appropriations, and so we do have a plan to deliver on that over the next 10 years. For when we do the cost of service and rate design, the general philosophy is that we identify different buckets for allocating costs. Here you can see we identify customer costs, which are costs driven by the existence of accounts, capacity costs, which are driven by the size of the system, and commodity costs, which are driven by the sale of actual water. And so we design the rates based on these three different categories. And you can see a little bit more detail in there. The blue represents those commodity costs, which we recover through your usage revenue. That's your variable revenue that will increase and decrease depending on how much water folks use in any given year. And the red categories there is your fixed revenue, which is going to remain fixed every year regardless of how much water is used. So you can see that about 26% of your revenue is fixed, and 74% is variable. And here is a table that shows your current rates, the proposed rates for July 2025. So these are the proposed rates in year one. And then the change to those rates, both expressed as dollars and as percentages. And you can see those percentages are not exactly the 6% that was described earlier. And that's because of the rate design. When you do a cost of service and rate design update, as I mentioned, those buckets receive different costs. They're updated numbers, and so different parts of your rate structure will be affected differently, and so that's why those percentages are all a bit different. It is important to note in year two, everybody's rates will go up exactly the same. It's just in year one, we make this adjustment to account for the cost of service update. On a slightly different topic, what is being proposed is to reinstate the Sonoma County Water Agency pass-through. And so we didn't include this slide, but Sonoma County Water purchases, it's a wholesale water agency. The purchases of those water is a very significant part of the cost to Santa Rosa Water. And the rate increases that we've been experiencing from Sonoma County recently have been a bit higher than previously anticipated, and also a bit hard to predict. They're not able to give a very reliable forecast on what their rates are going to do over the next 5 years. So rather than try to guess at what Sonoma County is going to do with their rates over the next 5 years, we're proposing to implement a pass-through provision, which basically waits to find out what they actually adopt and then apply those cost changes to the rates directly. It benefits both parties. Your ratepayers won't accidentally pay too much if we guess too high. You know, if we were to try to guess and we were guess too high, then your ratepayers would end up overpaying, and vice versa. If we guess too low, then the utility would suffer financially. So the pass-through provision is essentially protecting both sides by making sure that the costs that are charged are aligned with the costs that are incurred by Santa Rosa Water. And there's some details on here that show it's a little bit complicated because each tier is made up of a different amount of cost, but the basic picture is that about half of the tiered rates is made up of Sonoma Water costs, and that's the portion of the rate that will be adjusted by Sonoma Water rate increases, and the other half are Santa Rosa costs, which will be adjusted by the proposed rate increases that were mentioned earlier. We have another slide here that goes into yet more detail that sort of takes you through the math and explains this. In this particular example at the top, you can see that in 2027, Santa Rosa is proposing to raise its rates by 6%, and if in the event Santa Clara, sorry, yeah. Sonoma County, sorry if I've been misspeaking, Sonoma County, if they were to raise their rates by 10%, this is how the math would play out. And for any given scenario, the math will be run, and then those numbers will be taken to council, and council will then adopt the rates that are being passed through. On the other utility for local wastewater, this is that same general graphic where we're showing 10 years of financial forecast of cash flow. And it's the same general picture where you see the reserves are being drawn down. That middle graph with the blue line shows that reserves are starting at $40 million and they'll end up about $32 million, about $25 million by the end of 10 years, despite the fact that we are raising rates. And that is, again, attributed to the fact that capital spending is going to increase pretty significantly. Local, at the bottom, you can see that local wastewater capital spending this year was $3.3 million, next year going to $14 million, and by 2035, we are planning to appropriate $42 million after that ramp up in capital appropriations, and the same general idea for the regional capital spending increasing from about $8 million up to $15 million after 10 years. And we have the same general cost allocation principles for wastewater, customer costs, capacity costs, and wastewater treatment costs. The only difference here is that for wastewater there is a strength component, and so we do consider the strength of different commercial customers because it is more expensive to treat higher strength sewage. And here's the fixed versus variable components for wastewater, and you can see that 30% of your revenue that you recover through wastewater rates is through fixed revenue. Here are the rates for wastewater, the current rates, the proposed rates for July, and the change. And again, that percent change is different from the overall rate revenue increase for year one because of the updates to the cost of service analysis. But in years 2, 3, 4, and 5, everybody's rates will go up exactly the same amount. And this final table is actually maybe more helpful than it might appear on the surface because there's so many numbers, but this is a bill impact analysis which allows you to look up any kind of rate or type of customer that might be of interest to you to see exactly what their bill will do in year one. So you can see at the very top, for example, we show a single family home with low water usage currently pays a combined bill of $133.80. With the proposed rate increases in year one, that combined bill will go to $141.43, which was a combined increase of $7.63 or a 5.7% increase. And you can go through this table and find different types of customers to see how they will be impacted. Now, obviously, there's tens of thousands of customers, and they all have different characteristics, meter sizes, water usage, and so we can't capture it all here. But this is simply to give a cross-section to help give you a picture of how folks will be affected. And here is a survey that shows the combined bill for various utilities in your region. You can see the current rates. Right now, you're sixth from the bottom, and with the proposed rate increases, you will only leapfrog one other utility in the region. We don't set rates based on what other folks charge. You're not allowed to charge them that way. This is simply a data point to give you a sense of where you stand in the region relative to their costs. And once again, this slide we showed earlier, just a recap of the rate increases that are being proposed over the next 5 years for water and wastewater.
So now I'll talk quickly about capital project delivery. As Mr. Hildebrand noted, we are looking to invest quite a bit more in the infrastructure on the water, wastewater, and regional system. The numbers we are aiming to get to over the next 10 years are what we should be investing today. So that will get us closer, and we'll have to revisit as we go forward, but these rates are really looking to do that. As was noted earlier by Director Hennessy, we are looking at ways, working together on how we can get more capital project delivery. One of the things we're looking to also do with this ramp up in increased investment is to look at issuing an request for proposals to get a consulting firm on board to help us with project management and assist with getting more projects out than what the current capacity is with capital projects teams. So we're continuing to work together on that and looking to put that out so that we can have additional water projects delivered. Talking quickly about the outreach, in addition to what is required through Prop 218 and sending out our notices that we did after the council study session in January, we have really been doing a lot of outreach related to our Value of Water campaign, really focusing on the importance to the community of investing in their water systems. These systems are owned by the public. We are here to steward their dollars and make sure the systems continue to run, and so we really want to put that message out that it's important. Just like maintaining a house or a car, you need to invest in these systems to keep them running. So that was our focus from May through November of last year, and then we really started getting into the nitty-gritty of what the rate proposal would be and focusing on that. We advertised in every which way that we could think of, whether it was through our newsletter, through our different campaigns that we participated in, through our water bills, and also taking advantage of digital print and radio. In terms of the numbers, you can see that using the Google Ads, we reached about 2.48 million impressions, so reached folks that way, and there were about 50,000 clicks through to our Value of Water campaign and information on our website. Through our social media campaign, we received 110,000 impressions and 4,000 click-throughs to our information. So we really tried to leverage lots of different media, whether it was print, radio, or electronic. So I am now going to turn it over to Dustin Cooper, and he's going to remind everyone about the Prop 218 procedures for this protest hearing.
Okay, good afternoon again. So there are a host of legal requirements, both in terms of process and substance, that we need to comply with. I want to drill down on the last bullet point. The formal Proposition 218 process started on January 15th. That's when 58,470 notices were mailed to landowners and water and wastewater users here in the city. There's a minimum 45-day public review process. We're actually day 76, if my math is correct, so we went beyond that minimum 45-day period. This is a majority protest law, and so unlike an affirmative vote, a majority protest functions more like a veto. So as Director Burke mentioned earlier, folks have opportunity to provide a written protest up until the close of the public hearing that will be conducted shortly. We do, the clerk has printed forms of the protest. If folks would like a copy, we have them available. The majority number is 29,236. That would constitute a majority. As of the start of this meeting, we received 156. So we're substantially less than a majority. In fact, that's 0.26%. Again, that number is likely going to change. Voting, so to speak, is still open. Protests can still be submitted, but they have to be submitted in writing. Oral protests do not count. Next slide. We've already covered this just briefly. We've already dispensed with the written objection item earlier. The other optional procedure that the city implemented was to incorporate a 120-day statute of limitations period. That was included in the 58,000 some odd notices that went out. It was prominently displayed in that notice. Next slide. And I believe I'm turning it back to you, Director Burke.
Thank you. The other item that is before you is an amendment to City Code Title 14. You may recall in previous rate setting that we would set the water rates by ordinance and change to City Code, and the wastewater rates by resolution. We did a lot of research and tried to understand why we set one by ordinance and one by resolution, conferred with City Attorney's Office, and after a lot of research and determination, really did not find why one is by ordinance and one is by resolution, and in checking with other entities, typically water and wastewater rates are set by resolution. So the amendments to the city code before you would actually change it so that we would mimic how the wastewater rates are set. So going forward, we would have both water and wastewater rates set by council by resolution. This is allowed for in the city charter. And again, it's just unclear as to why we picked one via one vehicle and one via the other. So we're recommending that we set both going forward by resolution. So that is the other item that is part of this public hearing tonight. So with that, we did take this to your Board of Public Utilities, and they unanimously recommended what's before you today, and that is that after conducting a protest hearing pursuant to Prop 218, by resolution, approve 5 years of the water, recycled water, and wastewater fixed and usage charge rate increases, which would go into effect July 1st of each year from 2025 through 2029. Introduce an ordinance amending Title 14 of the City Code to allow that water rates be established by resolution going forward. And then we also are recommending that you open the public hearing to allow for the protest hearing as required by Prop 218. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that the council may have. And thank you so much.
Thanks to all of you. What a lot of work. Bringing it back to council. Any questions on this item? Mr. Okrepke?
Yeah, just real quick on slide 17, the table on slide 17. Obviously, those are averages, right? And would it be safe to say that anybody who is using modern building code requirements like aerators, irrigation sensors, tankless water heaters, those things would be probably under those numbers?
For the which
single-family residential?
Yeah, so for I would say the median water user, someone who is following all of those codes would be probably below the median. I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Panuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I think. Oh, thank you for the presentation. By the way, it was great. But I was just curious about the. I think I read early on, either in the staff report or maybe it was in this presentation, that on average, the increase for ratepayers would be about $11. And I know that some people use more water, some people use less, and different size households and all of that. But that's the average. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, according to this table, yes, $10.69 would be the median, which is about the average.
Okay. All right. And then, you know, I understand why we need to do this. Of course, we need to invest in our infrastructure, and it's not just about what's happening right now, but the future. And for those of us, you know, who may not be here in 20 years, but what's going to happen and how we're going to sustain our services. I'm just a little bit worried about folks who are on fixed incomes, because even though that doesn't seem like a lot of money, for some folks it is. So, so that's my only concern. So that's why I wanted to clarify that. And does that include, or am I not understanding this correctly, the rate pass-through as well in that?
In this particular scenario, we're assuming that the pass-through would be 6%.
Oh, okay.
So we're still waiting to see what Sonoma County is going to do with their rates.
And we don't know. And do they generally raise their rates every year or every fiscal year?
I believe they announce it coming up pretty soon.
So thank you, Councilmember Panuelos. For clarification, for this coming fiscal year 25-26, we've already included a rate increase for Sonoma Water, so there will be no pass-through.
Okay.
So the numbers you're seeing before are basically including what we anticipate Sonoma Water's rate increase to be. You saw that at your last council meeting, which was 8.68%. We have that included in this next fiscal year budget. Okay. Going forward, for fiscal years 26 through 27, then we will know when they bring their rate proposal forward every year. Mm-hmm. That would be the rate. That would be when we would start the pass-through. And to your point, I think we are very cognizant and sensitive to, the rate increases and the impacts. There's a couple ways that through the water department we try really hard to assist. One is we have very robust water conservation programs. So if there's many programs and assistance that's free, call us, send us an email, let us know that you would like an audit. We'll come out and do a free audit and help. If there's any way we can help you reduce your water use, which would then reduce your bill, we're there for you to help you do that. We also have our H2O program. It's our Help to Others program, which is also available for those with certain income requirements. And that is available to help assist our customers. As was laid out before by Prop 218, we are unable to actually truly propose a lifeline rate, but what we can do is through using our revenue that we generate through cell phone towers, we are able to offer rate assistance to those that qualify through that program. So both of those are things that we do to provide to our customers so that we can help them as much as possible with their rates, because we understand that any increase is an impact.
All right, thank you so much.
And at the risk of being repetitive, because you mentioned it multiple times in your presentation and it's come up on the dais as well, but because it's a common question and because we're going to be having this discussion for the next several years as rates continue to climb up, in fact it was mentioned in public comment, I think it's worth speaking to why it is that rates go up even when people use less water. Is my understanding correct that it is because we have this giant physical plant throughout Sonoma County and in the city of Santa Rosa? We've got this huge physical infrastructure that provides the water, and that has to be maintained. And in essence, what people are paying for when they're paying the water bills is not for the water itself, it's for the maintenance of that plant.
Thank you, Mayor Stapp. That's a great question, and it is one of the most difficult things with trying to make sure and educate and provide information related to water use efficiency and why we do it versus when you sell less water. I think water agencies are in the only business that I know of that actually are encouraging their customers to use less of their product. And we continue to have costs that increase. And the reason why we do that is because we really look at water use efficiency as a water supply perspective. And so if we were not implementing water use efficiency programs, not only would we have to maintain the systems that we're currently maintaining right now, but it would be even more expensive and our rates would be incredibly higher because we'd have to be building more water supply and more wastewater capacity. And so by not doing that, by offering programs that are more cost effective than what it costs us to either purchase the next increment of water supply or build the next increment of wastewater capacity, water use efficiency reduces both of those. So it actually, in the long term, makes the rates much less expensive than if we weren't implementing water use efficiency. So we understand that short-term impact does happen by reducing water use. We still have our same fixed costs, but in the long term, it's keeping the rates much less than they would be if we weren't implementing water use efficiency.
Thank you. And am I recalling correctly that one of the slides showed that even with these increases, we are still in the bottom half of the regional water rates?
Yes, we did work with Mr. Hildebrand. He did an analysis, and as you can see, we are still on the lower half of rates in this area. And again, we don't, as was pointed out before, it is a data point. It's not what drives our rates, but it does just show you where we stack up compared to others.
And then you also mentioned the Value of Water campaign, and that's why that campaign is so important, as well as this conversation right here, because people in recent years have been hearing about the increase in water rates and the wastewater rates. Unfortunately, they're going to continue to hear that conversation in the years to come. But the context is that the rates are low from a regional perspective, and they could be a lot higher if the city and the county weren't taking the steps they are right now to make sure that we're maintaining our physical plant and delivering water with the infrastructure that we have.
That is correct. Well said.
Thank you. And with that, we are going to officially open our public hearing, our public protest hearing, and that requires me to read a little bit of a statement before we actually start public comment. Because we are going to open public comment, but I do want to remind everyone, as Ms. Burke did not too long ago, that there is still time to file a written protest against the proposed increases to potable water, recycled water, and wastewater rates, but you must deliver your written protest, emphasis on written, to the city clerk before the close of this public hearing. Only written protests, not oral comments that meet the requirements for a valid written protest, will be considered as part of the written protest count. And let's see, looking at Assistant City Attorney, do I need to read the specifics as well, or was that sufficient?
If you could please provide the specifics so that everyone's 100% clear.
All right, we're going to go through the whole list. Stay with me. The requirements for a valid written protest under Proposition 218 were mailed to all the city's utility customers in January. There are additional copies of that notice available on the city's website at srcity.org/waterrates2025. Only written protests, which include the assessor's parcel number or street address of the property receiving water or city or sewer service, are signed by the property owners or tenants, and are received by the clerk before the close of the public hearing, will be counted to determine whether or not there is a majority protest to the proposed rate increases. A majority protest under Proposition 218 would occur if 29,236 valid written protests are filed with the clerk before the close of the public hearing. In addition, the public hearing is also for any comments on the introduction of the ordinance amending Title 14 of the Santa Rosa City Code. And with that, we will now open the public hearing. I will do this again just for good measure. And Dwayne, you are up.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Once again, I caution that I'm a member of the Board of Public Utilities, and my comments made tonight are my own personal, private view after discussion with Santa Rosa attorney to make sure I handle it correctly, and also to represent people in my community that I've talked with about this. A concern, if you'll go back to slide 17 and 18 and put that up, people in my community asked me, are these discussions about our monthly rates or our annual rates? Because it's not on what they could see. I am a renter, and it's factored into my rent. So I'm hoping that you'll clarify whether that impact analysis and those totals are annual, and that a person at the low water use rate is only spending $133 per year or per month. And I basically wanted to thank Mayor Stapp for how he clarified this issue of, even though we'll keep conserving and even though we'll keep using less, we'll keep paying more. And that's just the nature of the game, according to the staff for Santa Rosa Water, that the costs will continue to go up, and hopefully we'll find ways to decrease the amount of water that is used. This is a good water year. We've got lots of extra water, and I do hope that we'll find ways in which we can save more of the water so that it'll be available to us during the dry years. I hope other folks will be speaking today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. A quick point of clarification there. That is something that the audience should know. Were the figures we were looking at, were they monthly or annual?
They're monthly, so it's per billing period.
Perfect. All right. So then, just to reiterate that, we were looking at increases of somewhere between $7 and $24 for residential users, depending on what kind of water usage they had, both for water and wastewater rates.
Correct. It is.
Correct.
It's per billing period. It's in essence a monthly bill. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Looking into the public, are there any other members of the public who would like to make comment on this item? Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. Thanks to everyone for their participation. Madam City Clerk, can you tell us if there is a majority protest against the proposed increases? And do we need a brief recess to determine that?
I can just confirm with our administrator at the top of the well. Have we received any additional protests since you handed me the yellow folder with the remaining protests? Thank you, Chair. So, Mayor, the City Clerk's office has received 163 written protests with regard to the proposed rate increases by the close of the public meeting or the public hearing, which appear to be valid written protests because there are 58,470 parcels subject to the proposed rate increases. It can be clearly seen that the number of protests received is less than a majority of the parcels that would be subject to the proposed rate increases. Therefore, a majority protest has not been filed, and the council may consider adoption of the proposed rate changes.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council for any final comments. Seeing none, Ms. Fleming.
There's two actions here. So I'll go with the first one and move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa levying and assessing water and wastewater rates charged for service and repealing resolution number RES-2021-087 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second by Mr. Okrepke. Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this resolution passes with 6 affirmative votes.
Thank you. Item 2.
And I'll bring the next one, but I just wanted to say briefly ahead of that, it's not lost on me, and I don't think it's lost on any of us, that these are hard times, and that I wouldn't be bringing this forward if I didn't think it was absolutely necessary and well thought out. So with that, I'll bring an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Section 14-04.090 of Chapter 14-04 and amending Chapter 14-08 to allow fixed monthly service charges, potable and recycled water service and delivery charges, and charges for city-maintained meters on private systems to be established by resolution of the City Council, and establish potable water and recycled water rates and charges policy, establishment of rates and charges and rules and standards, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this ordinance is introduced with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Rogers absent.
Thank you. And thanks to all members of the public who participated, by the way. I'm not sure if anyone is left in the room, but thank you for submitting those written statements. With that, we'll move on to item 16.2, our second public hearing of the evening, retitling and amending Santa Rosa Municipal Code Chapter 2-04, Board of Community Services. Ms. Santos.
Good evening, Mayor Stapp, Vice Mayor Alvarez, and members of the council. I'm Jen Santos, the Parks Deputy Director for Recreation and Parks Department. I have Emily Ander here with me tonight. She's our Assistant Park Planner, and she'll lead us through our presentation tonight. And I'm just going to check to see if our board chair was able to make it tonight. He was planning on attending tonight from the Board of Community Services as well. But we are very excited to finally be in front of you to bring forward this ordinance and resolution that provides an update to Chapter 2.2-4 and City Chapter Code and Council Policy 6 to rename the Board of Community Services to the Recreation and Parks Board. And we have other administrative updates that we'll be presenting tonight as well. And just to back up a bit, we started this journey with one seemingly simple question. Why does a 7-member board need a 5-member quorum? And with that, I'll turn it over to Emily. She's going to tell you what the answer is and what our proposal is for recommended updates.
Thank you, Jen. Good evening, Mayor Stapp, council members. I'm Emily Ander, Assistant Parks Planner with the Recreation and Parks Department, and I'm here today to present administrative changes to City Code Chapter 2-4, Board of Community Services. In 1976, City Council adopted Ordinance 1832, establishing the Board of Community Services to advise council in every aspect of the delivery of services to the citizens of Santa Rosa. Council did this by consolidating 2 advisory bodies, the Recreation and Parks Commission and the Community Relations Commission, as well as their missions, roles, and powers and duties into one advisory body. There have been, as you can see up here, 4 amendments to City Code Chapter 2-4 since 1976. The one that brings us before you today is Ordinance 3579, passed in 2002. In 2002, there were 2 high-quality candidates who applied for 1 vacancy on the Board of Community Services, and Council chose to appoint both of those candidates and amend the City Code to increase the number of board members from 7 to 8, and also to increase the number of members needed to achieve quorum from 4 to 5. The board had 8 serving members for 4 years, from 2002 to 2006. In 2006, one of those members resigned, leaving the board with 7 members. The board has functioned with 7 appointed members and 5 needed for quorum for the past 19 years. So the current city code requires that the Board of Community Services have 8 members, with each member appointed by the full council. 5 members, again, are required to constitute a quorum. Board members serve for 4-year terms, irrespective of their appointing council member's term, and board members can be removed by 4 affirmative votes of council. This is what the code says, but this is not how the board functions. And that is because the requirements of city code do not align with either the city charter or with Council Policy 6, appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. Needing to have 5 of 7 board members present places a higher burden on each of your appointees to attend each and every meeting in order to achieve that quorum, and often results in meeting cancellation and or not being able to get through the full agenda because of the lack of quorum. It also places a higher burden on staff who coordinate, organize, and participate in these monthly meetings. So for these reasons, staff recommended to the board that they form a subcommittee to address these discrepancies. The board formed a 3-member ordinance subcommittee which met 8 times over the course of 2 years. They created recommendations to update their ordinance as well as their bylaws. So we're here before you to accomplish 3 things. The first is to retitle City Code Chapter 2-4 from Board of Community Services to the Recreation and Parks Board. Second is to amend the City Code to align with City Charter and Council Policy 6. And third is to replace the name Board of Community Services with Recreation and Parks Board in Council Policy 6. So there are 7 areas of change that need to happen, or are proposed to happen to City Code, which I'm going to walk you through quickly. The first is the board is recommending changing their name from the Board of Community Services to the Recreation and Parks Board, with the intent of having a name that reflects the name of the body that they, or the department they advise, but also to make the name more applicable to the public and accessible to the public. Second, the board recommends reducing the number of members from 8 to 7 to align with the number of council members, as well as what's stated in the charter and Council Policy 6. Third, the board recommends changing the way members are appointed from full council appointment to individual council appointments, again in alignment with the city charter and Council Policy 6. The board recommends changing the way that members are removed from 4 affirmative council votes to serving at the pleasure of their appointing council member in alignment with Council Policy 6. The board drafted a new purpose statement to better reflect what it does. The new purpose goes beyond the old purpose to incorporate the board's role in public engagement, as well as communication between the public, the department, and council related to recreation and parks. 6, the board recommends reducing the number of members needed to achieve quorum from 5 to 4. And number 7, the board recommends updating and changing some of their powers and duties, so to focus their work wholly on parks and recreation and away from community beautification, to specify the board's areas of oversight, to advise and make recommendations to council, to actively engage with residents and their appointing council member, to support the Recreation and Parks Department with its engagement and education and promotion, to ensure that that maintenance of Santa Rosa's parks and recreation facilities is an area of responsibility of the board, and finally, to provide the board with the ability to add 1 non-voting youth member to represent the interests of Santa Rosa's youth and recreation and parks issues. So with that, I'll present our lengthy recommendation. It is recommended by the Recreation and Parks Department, as well as the Board of Community Services, that the council, by 1 ordinance and 1 resolution, 1, introduce an ordinance to retitle and amend City Code Chapter 2-4 to change the name of the advisory body from the Board of Community Services to Recreation and Parks, update the board's statement of purpose, update the board's powers and duties to reflect their current role, align the number of members with the number of city council members, reduce the number of members needed to achieve quorum, align members' terms to coincide with the term of their appointing council member, update the process for member appointment to and member removal from the board to accurately reflect City Charter Section 11, participation and diversity in boards and commissions, as well as City Council Policy 6, appointments to boards, commissions, committees. And 2, to adopt a resolution to amend Council Policy 6 to replace occurrences of Board of Community Services with Recreation and Parks Board. With that, I'd like to turn it back to you for questions and discussion, and I very much appreciate your time.
Thank you both. Bringing it back to council for questions. Oh, Ms. McDonald.
I have a pretty easy question for you. I wanted to know why you didn't call it the Parks and Recreation Board so it was phonetically in line and more consistent with what we all know that to be. So I'm just curious why you decided to flip it.
We wanted to align with the name of the department, and I think that was a discussion when the department was being reorganized back as a Recreation and Parks out of Transportation and Public Works and Community Planning. Okay. So it's just an alignment of pure and simple for consistency.
An alignment, I'm sorry, with what we call it in our departments, or an alignment with I'm sorry, can you tell me what we call ourselves? It just still doesn't make sense to me. I want to switch it.
to be like the TV show.
Yes,
Parks and
exactly.
Recreation.
I am Leslie Nope. I just want, for the record.
It's to align with what Santa Rosa calls the Recreation and Parks Department.
Thank
Right.
you for that.
And I'll just add also, the Board of Community Services desired to align with the department as well, so that for consistency throughout the community when we have conversations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, we'll open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public who'd like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to Ms. Fleming for a motion.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you to staff for your work. I'm looking forward to the Board of Community Services having greater functionality with their new and improved quorum and ratio to board members. I think that'll be good. So I'll move item 16.2, retitling and amending Santa Rosa Municipal Code, Chapter 2-04, Board of Community Services. And, oh, excuse me, I was reading the wrong thing. I'll introduce an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa retitling and amending Chapter 2-04. I'm sorry, I'm using this new interface. It moved around. All right, one last time. Ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa retitling and amending Chapter 2-04 Board of Community Services of the Santa Rosa City Code and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Oh, that was close. I'll give that one to Ms. McDonald, though, with the motion by Ms. Fleming. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Benuelos.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Aye.
Mayor Stapp.
Aye.
Let the record show this ordinance was introduced with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Rogers absent.
Thank you. Item 2, Ms. Fleming.
I'll move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Council Policy Number 000-06, appointments to boards, commissions, committees, to remove references to the Board of Community Services and replace with the Department of Parks and Recreation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Mr. Okrepke.
For clarification, I believe the ordinance or the Board of Community Services should be replaced with the Recreation and Parks Board.
Yeah, I was intentional. Thank you for the yes.
Are we filming a Parks and Rec episode right now?
I
We
don't
might
want to
as
be
well
Ethel
be.
Beavers.
Madam City Clerk, do we have what we need, or do we need clarification on the naming?
What, can you please clarify the naming convention you would want reflected on the resolution?
The Department of Parks and Recreation.
I guess that's what we're doing.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Oh, great.
Ms. McDonald offered a third. Madam City Clerk, we're ready for the vote.
With apologies, Mayor and Vice Mayor Fleming, I apologize. I was expecting a resolution to amend the naming convention on Council Policy 06. Can you please restate the motion on the floor?
Yeah, can you clarify, was there a problem with how I read it the first time? Or is it a
simply
problem
missed
if I?
it.
Oh, okay, oh, sure. I just wanted to make sure I didn't do it wrong. All right. I'll move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Council Policy Number 000-06, appointments to boards and commissions, committees, to remove references to the Board of Community Services and replace with the Board of Parks and Recreation.
Second.
We'll give this one to Ms. McDonald. This is the most appropriate motion and second ever.
Can I just interject one thing? Sorry. Sorry to confuse this. This is like a taping of Parks and Recreation. Just to clarify, is it the Parks and Recreation Board or the Board of Parks and Recreation, because there's a lot of conversation about this at the board.
Yeah, it is. We'll call it the Board of Parks and Recreations and try to, there. Thank you.
Can we wordsmith more from the dais?
Absolutely.
I don't want this to
is
end.
Exhausting.
So did I hear Board of Parks and Recreation?
If I may, the ordinance that was just introduced was changing the name of the advisory board to the Recreation and Parks Board. So the resolution that follows to change the council policy should also reflect the change to the Recreation and Parks Board.
As you wish.
Thank you.
Can the minutes reflect that this all began with a joke by Councilmember Fleming? Can history record that?
I just want to say I have an extensive history in comedy, and you guys are the worst audience I have ever worked in front of. So can we have the vote, please?
We do. So we have a question. We have a question as to whether we need to open this up for discussion, which I'm sincerely hoping we might.
I'll withdraw the motion. We'll just read it as the text is in there.
I'm willing to follow you on this journey.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Do we really have an issue with our semantics here? Do we need to just revert to the original form?
I will defer to the chair on this, or pardon me, the department head or deputy director.
Actually, there was quite a bit of conversation at the Board of Community Services on how it was, how it would read. They originally were thinking of Parks and Recreation Board, and when the department kept its name, they decided to make this alignment, and they did prefer that it would be the Recreation and Parks Board or the Parks and Recreation Board. So clarification would be appreciated so we can clarify for our board members.
With respect to them, we're going to go with the Parks and Recreation Board. Is that acceptable to everybody here?
Yes, we just need to make certain the ordinance and the council policy match.
Okay, great. I hear you. That's why I was ready.
So if I'm keeping track, and I don't know that I am, there was a motion and a second, and we have, is it Parks and Recreation? I don't really remember that part at this point.
The language that I last captured was resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Council Policy 000-06, appointments to board, commissions, and committees to remove references to the Board of Community Services and replace with Parks and Recreations Board. However, that now does not align with the ordinance that was previously introduced that was changing the name of the board to the Recreation and Parks Board. So do we have to go back?
I don't know that we need to redo that first ordinance, do we? We do? Okay.
If you do.
How strongly do we feel about this name change?
About it at all. It was just supposed to be.
There's a part of me that wants to egg you on, but out of concern for staff anxiety.
Yeah.
Should we revert to the ordinance as originally written?
To the resolution as originally written?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so you can withdraw your motion on the resolution and make a new one.
Yes.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Council Policy Number 000-06, appointments to boards and committees to remove references to the Board of Community Services and replace it with the Board of Parks and Recreation. That's what's in front of me. I'm reading the text in front of me.
I'm totally seconding that.
If you want me to read the other language that was originally posted, I'll need it on the screen, please.
Ms. McDonald, do you really want to make a friendly amendment?
Yes, because I have something different in front of me on the resolution in the packet.
Oh,
I'd
no.
like to make an amendment that the Board of Community Service, as far as the resolution that's included in our pocket, be replaced with the Parks and Recreation Board, as opposed to what's in the packet, which is with Recreation and Parks Board. So I'm amending the resolution. I'm not sure what Ms. Fleming is reading from where she got her information. I have something separate in here.
I'm trying to go back and I withdraw my motion. I'm just waiting for the original text to come up. And we can all forget the last 10 minutes, hopefully.
No.
Are we in the ordinance?
We're remembering it forever. So Ms. Fleming read the original ordinance just now, correct? And I seconded that original ordinance. So with respect to the friendly amendment, I think that's not necessary unless our assistant city attorney says that it is, or our city clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I did not read the original ordinance. The clerk had put in my link, and I was rereading that.
There we go.
So if I may, I'll read the original ordinance as suggested by staff, which is a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Council Policy Number 000-06, appointments to boards, commissions, committees, to remove references to the Board of Community Services and replace with Recreation and Parks Board. Wait for the reading of the text.
I'll second that, assuming that, we're good with that?
Yes, she withdrew her first motion, and
So
this
that was the correct.
new motion that follows the language that's here on the resolution before us, and so a motion and a second, and we can vote on that.
Oh, thank heavens. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke? Councilmember McDonald?
No.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stepp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes, and Councilmember McDonald voting no, and Councilmember Rogers absent.
Thank you all. I'm going to cherish that memory from my time as mayor. We're going to go back now to item 15.2, our report on the 2024 General Plan, Inclusionary Housing and Growth Management Annual Review Report. And I believe that is Ms. Wolski.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Amy Nicholson, and I am the Supervising Planner for the Advanced Planning Section, and Sheila Wolski, City Planner, will be giving the presentation.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Stapp and members of the council. My name is Sheila Wolski. I'm a city planner with the Planning and Economic Development Department. And the item before you right now is the 2024 General Plan, Inclusionary Housing and Growth Management Annual Review Report. This is our opportunity to provide the council, we also did this with the commission, a review of calendar year 2024 and how the various departments and divisions, their work, how it furthered the goals and the policies of the general plan. Following review and acceptance of the report tonight, staff will submit this to the State Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. And just to let you know, the Planning Commission recently reviewed this report at their March 27th meeting and recommended it be forwarded to council. The first element we'll look at is the economic vitality element. This speaks to policies that prioritize economic sustainability and development in the city of Santa Rosa. And some of these efforts are included on this slide. In the top left corner is the cover sheet for the city's economic development strategy, which was adopted in 2024. This strategy addresses principles of innovation, sustainability, and inclusivity through business growth, adaptability to economic conditions, and community investment. And in that same vein, city staff worked over the year to create what's called a business concierge program, which is meant to provide advising and consulting services for the community. In the upper right-hand corner, you'll see this room with the couches that's now at City Hall. It's called a work cafe, and that's where current business operators and prospective business operators can come to City Hall and meet in a nice environment and get advice from city staff about permitting needs and whatever else they may need. Bottom left-hand corner, just a view of Montgomery Village. Staff has been working with the newer owners of the shopping center on design review and building permits needed, and we continue to see ongoing investment in that shopping center. Additionally, city has begun efforts to coordinate with landlords of empty storefronts and potential business operators to allow for a pop-up business opportunity. This would be for vacant storefronts in the downtown, and the goal of this is to get willing landlords who are willing and able to do shorter term leases to let some business operators try out a space for less cost in the downtown. Continuing in the same economic vitality element is a category in the report called downtown. And so we'd like to focus on this slide on some of the things that are happening in downtown to encourage economic vitality there. One of those things concerns our parking garages, city parking garages, where they offer first hour free to park, and also the program called Free Garage Holiday Weekends, where parking garages are free every weekend from Thanksgiving through January 1st. In the upper right-hand corner, we see a project that was brought to the city by the Railroad Square Association, where they proposed Tivoli-style string lights. And these have already been installed. That photo was taken a few weeks ago. That is 4th Street, going from the Smart Depot station to the Highway 101 underpass. Progress was also made by public arts staff to create a program called SR Public Art Walk, and this is really supposed to be creating temporary art outdoor galleries for people who live here and want to visit the downtown to see new and ever-changing art pieces in the downtown. And I believe the call for art went out in January. So that's moving right now. Also, Santa Rosa was selected as one of 2 cities in the Bay Area to test out these pilot Santa Rosa, well, this one says Santa Rosa Downtown Station, but these transit hub signs that MTC would like to implement in all of the Bay Area. So there's consistent signage whenever you go to a SMART station, the same as it would be at BART, Caltrain. So there's a consistent message and theme. Next, Railroad Square, there was a pilot wayfinding sign program that in 2024 became permanent. So now businesses have the opportunity to provide some wayfinding to their businesses. And then finally on this slide, city staff were approached by Dave & Buster's, which is a restaurant and indoor entertainment business, about re-tenanting a fairly large space in the Santa Rosa Plaza Mall. So city staff have been working with them to determine any permitting needs they may have. Another element in the general plan is the housing element, and that was adopted in February 2023. It's an 8-year cycle, so the end of this cycle will be 2031. Housing element looks at residential units that have planning entitlements, and that could be a use permit or a design review. And it also looks at those projects that have building permits issued and may already be under construction. As you can see from the chart in the upper left, this goes back a few years. This gives us information on residential units issued in the last year. So in 2024, that was 297 residential building permits. And as you can see, 2021 through 2023 were pretty banner years. The photos on this slide depict the fruits of our labors and demonstrate the significant number of building permits issued in that 3-year period of 2021 through 2023. These projects on this slide are currently under construction or have completed construction in 2024. In the upper right hand, that row, that project is the Mahonia Glen project, which is located at Calistoga Road and Highway 12. It's a 99-unit affordable project that includes dedicated farm worker housing. These apartments are now being leased, and the project was processed under SB 35 or Senate Bill 35, and that bill was designed to streamline multifamily projects that meet the city's objective standards for by right housing. Just below the building permit chart is South Park Commons, which is located at the former senior center site, which is Bennett Valley and Rutledge Avenue. It's a 62-unit multifamily project, also affordable, and also took advantage of Senate Bill 35 for processing. On the middle far right is 420 Mendocino project. This is 8 stories and wraps around Mendocino Avenue and Riley Street. This project is almost finished construction, and based on a site visit, it's now being marketed or leased as Felix, if you're interested. I did skip the middle slide is the Cannery project, and that is located right next to Santa Rosa Creek, and also affordable project. And finally, the bottom 2 pictures are the Fountain Grove Apartments. This project includes 239 units spread out over 6 buildings that range in height from 3 to 5 stories. And this project is almost finished with construction. As I mentioned, the housing element also looks at projects that have approved planning entitlements and are waiting to pull permits to construct. On the top row, going left to right, that is the Cornerstone project in the downtown that was approved for 114 units. The middle row is the Cherry Ranch project that's located on Fresno Avenue and is approved for 67 units. And then the bottom row, we have the Lance Drive project, and that's in the city's northwest quadrant. It's approved for 672 units of multifamily housing, 98 small lot single-family dwellings, and 4,800 square feet of community serving retail and an outdoor plaza. The regional housing needs allocation is part of the housing element, and California mandates each jurisdiction create its fair share of housing, called the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. The California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, determines the total number of new homes the Bay Area needs to build and how affordable those homes need to build in order to meet the housing demands of people at all income levels. After that, the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG, then distributes a share of the region's housing needs to each city and county in the region. The table on this slide compares RHNA numbers for Santa Rosa with building permit issuance by income category to illustrate the remaining need at the end of the cycle, which again is 2031. The top row that's been populated with numbers, and it's listed as the ABAG RHNA objectives, is the number of RHNA units and income categories required by the city for this 8-year cycle. Then I'll skip ahead a little bit. The 2023 issued row really just gives you a comparison of what happened the previous calendar year. And then we're at 2024, and that shows you that 297 units of above moderate units had building permits issued in this last calendar year. The row at the bottom, the remaining need by 2031, gives you a breakdown of the income categories and total number of units that the city needs to be to provide by the end of the cycle, again, 2031. Land use and urban design element is combined on this slide, and we typically go through and show you some of the things that the city has either approved permits for or has considered concept design review perhaps for projects in the city. Upper left is the zones, which some of you may know as the Boys and Girls Club that converted to the zones, does similar things. They had a design review project for interior and exterior. All of their building permits were finalized in calendar year 2024. The two top right slides are Canine Companions, and that's their facility on Dutton Avenue. And they also had a design review project, finished building permit, got their building permits finalized in 2024 for a veterinary hospital, a canine health and wellness facility, and that awesome water feature. The middle slide is something that's not yet approved, but something that the city has been considering as a design review application. It would be an expansion of the Spring Lake Village retirement community, and they're proposing 32 units. This is located roughly between Los Alamos and Montgomery Drive. The bottom right picture in blue, that was a concept design review elevation for the Hansel Ford commercial truck service building on Wilgen Court. And the bottom right is the concept design review elevation for events and conference center at 3rd Street in the downtown. The transportation element is next, and the general plan includes goals and policies in this section about creating improved transportation options and collaborating with regional partners. And you've probably seen many of these improvements that took place in calendar year 2024. Top left, we have the Class 2 bike lane that was installed at 4th Street, and the view here is right before the merge to College Avenue. The middle top slide is a Class 4 bike lane that was installed right out here, Santa Rosa Avenue between 1st and Sonoma. And then the middle slide is RRFB. A lot of these were installed rapid rectangular flashing beacons, and these were installed in several crosswalks in calendar year 2024 to increase pedestrian visibility. The Transit Division works closely with regional transit agencies to coordinate efforts and schedules, and one of these efforts is called Mascots, or the Marin-Sonoma Coordinated Transit Service Plan. And this particular plan is really looking at analyzing the Highway 101 corridor to determine if there are any efficiencies that can be made between all of the transit partners that service that corridor. One thing I'd really like to highlight is the Youth Unlimited Rides program, which allows youth in the city of Santa Rosa to ride City Bus for free anytime and anywhere that City Bus is operating. And this program has vastly exceeded expectations. Prior to the initiation of this program in 2021, youth accounted for 198,000 rides per year. And this last year, that figure was 456,867 rides. Now we're on to the public services and facilities element, which deals with goals and policies surrounding acquisition and development of park facilities, police and fire services, and water supply. First, the fire protection section calls for collaboration with other jurisdictions for fire services, which the fire department engages in with auto aid agreements with Sonoma County Fire District and Sonoma Valley Protection District. They also do this with the SR Mutual Threat Zone operating plan, which is in partnership with Sonoma County Fire District and CAL FIRE and covers specific wildland-urban interface areas. In 2024, Fire Department received 28,358 calls for service, 69% of which were for emergency medical incidents. And a total of 135 fires resulted in approximately $10.5 million in fire losses. Now on to police services. Excuse me. This section also includes collaboration with other agencies and organizations, which the police department does in several ways. I think you heard tonight about the violence prevention partnership. Our police department partners with them, as well as regional and federal task forces to reduce violence in the community and try to address the opioid crisis in Sonoma County. During 2024, police responded to 117,848 calls for service. Over 390 firearms were seized in criminal investigations. 124 of these were manufactured firearms or ghost guns, and that's a 125% increase from last year. In the same element, we have a section on water supply, and that deals with goals and policies to ensure we have adequate water supply available for existing and future needs of the city. And the city's water supply is primarily furnished through the Russian River. And as Jennifer Burke mentioned earlier, there are several programs that the city offers to reduce your water bill, to do rainwater harvesting, rebates, and things like that. The city plans for projected water demand, water supply, and water supply reliability through its urban water management plan that was adopted by the State Department of Water Resources in 2021. And they also have a document called the Water Shortage Contingency Plan that describes how the city will respond during times of drought, supply reductions, and emergencies. Parks is also in this section. They have several projects going on. I only have two listed on this slide. First is bottom left, the Southeast Greenway project. This is a linear area running from Farmers Lane past Summerfield Road and connecting to Spring Lake Regional Park. The acquisition process for this began in 2016 and the sale was finalized in calendar year 2024. Funds from a priority conservation area grant are expected to help with the planning process, and at minimum, it's proposed to have a multi-use path in this park area. And in the lower right-hand corner is the much anticipated spray ground at the Finley Aquatic Center, which was nearing completion in 2024, and that will provide 15 interactive spray features in 2 areas that have tables and people can reserve for parties and things like that, birthdays. We're now at the open space and conservation element. This part of the general plan speaks to goals related to open space and natural resource conservation. And in the section are updates on the city's creek stewardship program. This includes outreach, education, volunteer creek stewards, maintenance, and enhancement days. And last fiscal year, almost 10,000 residents participated in these programs and removed over 1,100 cubic yards of trash and debris from our waterways. The multi-phase Lower Colgan Creek project continues, and once finished, will provide field-based education programming, student-led science projects, volunteer creek cleanups, community art project opportunities, and volunteer planting days. This element also includes a section on waste reduction, recycling, and composting. And in this vein, the city's zero waste coordinator works with the community towards implementing the city's zero waste foodware ordinance, which was adopted in 2021. And the city's solid waste franchisee also works towards this by providing waste audits and waste reduction and education at Santa Rosa schools and businesses. And during 2024, this team provided over 1,100 site visits, 187 trainings, recycling efforts initiated at 40 new establishments, and composting programs were initiated for 166 accounts. The section also includes efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The city's draft community-wide greenhouse gas reduction strategy has been prepared as part of the comprehensive general plan update and will be considered for approval in the next couple months. This document will replace the city's current community climate action plan and incorporate many of the elements of the municipal operations climate action plan. Going forward, the greenhouse gas reduction strategy will be the one document measuring progress towards Santa Rosa climate neutrality by 2045, which is in accordance with state mandate. Now we're on to the youth and family element, and this looks at policies and goals to promote health, safety, and welfare for all members of the community. Many city programs touch on this, including the City Youth Unlimited Rides program. And some other programs are highlighted on this slide are efforts from the city's Violence Prevention Partnership, work by the partnership, and Anna mentioned a few of these things earlier. This includes Safe Campus Intervention Program, the Clean Slate Tattoo Removal Program, and Street Outreach and Crisis Response Team, which started in January 2025. In addition to the parks updates provided in the public facilities element, the Recreation and Parks team continues to publish activity guides twice per year, offering camps, training classes, and classes, I think I already mentioned that, to members of the community. And in 2024, the city's work experience program for teens had 256 participants who logged 25,000 hours of community service in 12 different volunteer program areas. This annual report also includes an update on the city's growth management ordinance that was adopted in 1992 in response to record growth in the mid-1980s and concern regarding the city's ability to provide adequate services. Growth management was added to the Santa Rosa General Plan as a separate optional element. And the city's growth management ordinance regulates residential growth by allowing 800 new residential allotments per year and anticipates this development pace would result in a population for Santa Rosa of 237,000 people by the year 2035. And as a reminder, it came earlier in the report, the Department of Finance's most recent population estimate for Santa Rosa is 174,890 residents. Growth management allotments are available from two reserves. They're called Reserve A and Reserve B, and they each get 400 new allotments per year. The Reserve A allotments are for housing products such as accessory dwelling units, mixed use, multifamily, and smaller single family under 1,250 square feet. Reserve B are for single family units that are over that square footage. So in 2024, as we reviewed earlier, 297 residential building permits were issued, and of these permits, 156 were Reserve A qualifying units, and 141 were Reserve B. The number of entitled units, those residential projects that received planning approvals but did not have permits issued yet, was 699 in the Reserve A category and 6 in the Reserve B category. Now we're on to the review of inclusionary housing. Inclusionary housing requires that housing projects include on-site affordable units or the payment of in lieu fees. Allocated units are for newly construction for rent or for sale units, which are made available and occupied by a household of lower or moderate income. These types of units are also subject to occupancy and affordable rent or sales price controls for a minimum of 55 years. When the city receives housing impact fees, money collected from the inclusionary housing ordinance is directed to the city's housing authority, which administers these funds. During 2024, all 297 units were market rate. However, that generated in lieu funds in the amount of $1.52 million collected to support affordable housing in the city. These funds will be used for the recently completed Stony Point Flats project and for the future development of 2 affordable housing complexes. And the pictures on these slides just depict existing affordable housing projects in the city of Santa Rosa. For the environmental piece of this, the general plan annual review report is not a project which has the potential for resulting in either a direct physical change in the environment or a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15378. And before I conclude with the recommendation, I would just like to make a pitch for anyone who's listening or not already signed up for the City Connections e-newsletter. It's a free newsletter. It goes out once or twice a month, and it has a lot of the same information that I've provided tonight, as well as opportunities to engage in community events and be a part of those 10,000 people who perhaps help clean up a creek. And with that, it's recommended by the Planning and Economic Development Department that the council by motion review and accept the 2024 General Plan, Inclusionary Housing, and Growth Management Annual Review Report. This is my contact information. I'm here as well as Supervising Planner Amy Nicholson, and we have several members of staff from various departments who will be available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila and Amy. For anybody who asks themselves the question, what kinds of things do city staff do to make the quality of life in the city better? Well, there's your answer right there. Bringing it back to council for questions. Ms. Benuelos.
Thank you for the presentation. I just had a quick question about when I was looking at the annual report, I saw the term the missing middle. And I've been hearing a lot about that out in the community. And I wonder if you would talk, and there was an ordinance coming, I guess. I wonder if you would talk about that for a moment.
Yeah, that's one of a missing middle ordinance is something that's been contemplated by the city for quite some time. The city, through the general plan update, is proposing to include that. And really, to explain it briefly, it's to provide for gentle density. Where it's not this massive building, it looks more like a house, maybe 2.5, 3 stories, something that blends in, but provides more units. And these missing middle properties would be located in areas that are walkable to services, so the parking needs should not be as great as, if it was on the outskirts of town. And I'll let Amy chime in if she has anything else to say.
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. So everything that Sheila mentioned is accurate. We are moving forward with this missing middle housing initiative. We will be talking about it just briefly as a part of our general plan update presentation, because the general plan update does really set the scene for missing middle housing to be allowed within the city, and then that's analyzed in the environmental impact report as well. And so several months following the council's action on our general plan update, we'll be bringing forward the missing middle housing ordinance, and so you'll receive a full presentation on that project later on in the summer.
Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation and just your thorough job of taking us through this. Just well done tonight. I did have a quick question on the RENA numbers, and I understand those numbers are set from a different entity, but because of the high cost of construction right now and the impending potential of an increase of another maybe 20–25% in construction, do we have any concerns that perhaps we're not going to be able to make those numbers simply because developers and builders are being priced out of the market to be able to qualify for some of our affordable housing?
Yeah, that's a really tough question because the city is not a developer. We rely on the development community to come to us with their projects so we can process them. We're doing actually pretty well with above moderate, but even if we get excess units beyond what's required by the state, it doesn't count towards any of our RENA. So, hi, Megan.
Do they
Megan
make those adjustments?
To save the day.
Do they make those adjustments, Megan, as we see like a reduction? Because just looking at the numbers from year prior to this year or 2024, it was quite a shift.
I have not seen an adjustment in prior years. It's part of our building cycle that we go through. And I was going to say that in addition to what we've seen in the permitting, we're also going to experience a decrease in funding. For the past few years, we've had unprecedented resources that have come to us through the disaster recovery money, through additional tax credits, robust money at the state. So we're going to see some of that retract. So it will become more difficult to build units, but we do have several projects that are currently in our pipeline that the Housing Authority has provided pre-development funding for and are actively competing for funding. And they also have resources that are available through the RED that they can access. So we're going to keep pushing on the affordable projects and hope that we can get some that are competitive at the state level for funding through HCDD tax credits or bonds.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And again, thank you for the presentation tonight.
With that, we'll open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public here who wish to make public comment? Seeing none, bringing it back to council for any final comments or a motion. Oops, Madam City Manager.
Mayor, if I could just have some clarification. Sheila and Amy, thank you for a job well done. And Director and City Attorney's Office, thank you for a job well done as we move to an update on the general plan. But oftentimes when we talk about the missing middle, I believe some people want to tie it to AMI, and if we're talking about 120 or 140% AMI. So Amy, can you provide just a little bit more clarification on what actually the definition of missing middle is?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. And that is true that there are some conversations that convey that missing middle housing might relate to affordability or deed restricted affordability, and that is not the case for what the city has been working on. Oftentimes, because missing middle housing units are smaller in size, I think they typically average around 1,000 square feet, they may be more affordable to additional households, but they're not required by any sort of local or state agreement to be restricted to affordable households.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other final comments? Mr. Okrepke?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That spurs kind of a question in my mind. Would missing middle also include any sort of incentives to build condos or townhomes to create some sort of ownership ladder, so you're not going from renting to a single family detached home, but there's somewhere in between, as well as a step down on the ladder to not to go from owning a single family detached home down to renting, but something smaller that you could still maintain yourself?
Thank you for the question, and this has actually been a question that we've heard from our community recently as well. The missing middle housing ordinance does include an option for townhomes, but it doesn't speak to ownership specifically. And so in order for, if we were looking at condominiums, for example, the process to subdivide and have a condo it's a separate process from what the missing middle housing ordinance would approve, which is essentially a planning approval. And so that specifically is not considered in the ordinance, but again, the ordinance would allow for townhomes, so that would be like a single unit and it could be attached on smaller lots. And so the incentive is that the process is streamlined and you're also able to build at a higher density than you would otherwise be allowed to if you were not following this missing middle housing standard or set of standards.
All right, I'll just add my thanks as well. I mean, this was an enormous amount of information, very, very succinctly presented, and it really did speak to the incredible range of activities that city staff is involved with. Thank you for laying it, thank you for presenting it, and thank you for laying it out in this way. And with that, Ms. Banuelos, I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay, thank you. I move a motion to accept the 2024 General Plan, Inclusionary Housing and Growth Management Annual Review Report and waive reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 6 affirmative votes.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll jump to item 17. We have no written communications. Item 18, public comment on non-agenda matters. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on any items not in the agenda? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.